Judging our shows today, the Southdowns are being judged by Jimmy Davis from Walters, Oklahoma. Jimmy is a retired ag teacher and FFA advisor. He raises show lambs and breeding stock. In the South Ring is Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock, where they raise natural-colored sheep as well as club lambs. He's a fifth-generation shepherd. He and his wife, Melissa, have 3 children that are heavily involved in their operation. And judging in our center ring today is Randall Van Krozik from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He's the key account manager for Smartlick. Van Krozik Family Targees Farm is where they operate as well. It was established in 1976. It's a seed stock operation specializing in registered and commercial breeding stock. His wife Cheyenne and son Kalen are here with him as well. Let's welcome those 3 gentlemen to the North American.
Well, good morning, everybody. Sure a pleasure to be back here. 2 head to get started with over on the Cheviot side, and I think both of them bring a lot of good to the table. Maybe built just a little bit different. The one up front, I think as you get off to the side of him, that's where his advantages truly lie. And especially as you work up through his front third. I like the base of his shoulder, his elevation up front, and then ultimately the length ahead of his shoulder there and the shape of his neck I think is very good. As you work from there back, he's probably just a little tidier in terms of his bottom line, a little longer in terms of his top line. Second, we've got one that I think is just a little bit stouter, and I like that about him. I like his width of chest, I like his body shape, and certainly his stoutness up high. It's this view right here that I don't know that he matches just quite the same symmetry or look or build as the one up ahead of him. But 2 very nice ones to get started here in the Cheviot ring. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placing on the class of Border Cheviot Senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 1, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2780. Second place to entry number 2, Deacon Shanks, Pana, Illinois, with Rinker 2774. For the Katahdins placing on the Fall Ram Lamb class for them, first place goes to entry number 2, Kingston Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois, with MROF 2423 Redman. Second place to entry 4, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland, with BMB 0749.
Moving the next class in the Cheviot ring, and I think again a very similar discussion to what we had in the first class. A lot of the advantages for the one that we lead off with up front are from this angle right here. He's so good in terms of his balance, his proportions, his front third assembly. I think he just props up very well. He's got his ears up where they're supposed to be, and I think all of that just blends from this side. He's not the stout, burly one from a muscularity or a width standpoint, but certainly has an adequate amount of touch and shape, just a really good one from the side. I like a lot about the one in second, particularly his body shape, his muscularity, and his stoutness from behind. He's maybe just a little bit lower fronted, maybe just not quite as up and out as we work through his front end as the one that we lead off with, but two very nice ones here. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placing on the Southdown Early Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to Quincy Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana, with Langendorfer 0444. Placing on the late Senior Ram Lamb class, first to entry 11, Wyatt Wiersbecki, Oric, Missouri, with Wiersbecki 1408, Psycho Sid. Placing on the Border Cheviot January Ram Lamb class, first to entry 5, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 135. Second place to entry 4, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 22391.
Check. in the Cheviot ring, a good class here, and I think one that comes together pretty handily, particularly as we get them in motion. I think that's really where it sorts. A nice sheep to lead off with up there, and not only does he have the advantage in terms of look and pattern on the standstill, but he maintains his balance the best as we get him out and get him rolling. I like him in terms of his angles, and then on top of that, I think he's a good middled one that's got the right kind of body shape, the right kind of lines to really prop up well. Nice sheep to lead off with there. I think the decision probably gets a little bit closer for 2 and 3. I like the center body, the stoutness and the power of the one that comes out in second. To me, his hip and hind legs probably just a little bit more attractive or appropriate, particularly into his lower joints as he gets out and rolls. Just doesn't match in terms of the length of body or the length of front end of the one up ahead of him from just a look standpoint from the side. The 1 in 3, big extended sheep, and I like that about him. He's got the most height, the shoulder, the most extension from his shoulder forward. As we get the sheep in motion, I thought he was probably just a little bit the most tentative, I guess, if you will, from a movement perspective. I read his shoulder blade angle just a little bit more upright, and his lower joints off of his rear two just a little bit more upright. He could be just a shot more comfortable as we get out and go. Congratulations to those 3.
Placing on the January Ram Lambs for the Katahdin Show, first to entry 7, Lauren Julian, Mantua, Ohio, with B&G 2533. Second place to entry 9, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio, with Mag MJM 2501. Third place to entry 6, Taylor Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 4 to entry 8, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 5 to entry 5, Shia Lerner, Providence Forge, Virginia. Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry number 8, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0749. Second place to entry 7, Sarah Wilson, Dansville, New York, with Diamond C 0745. And third place to entry 6, Annie Sailing, Caldwell, Ohio. Placing over on the Southdown ring, our senior champion went to our early senior Ram Lamb class winner, entry 3, Quincy Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana, with Langendorfer 0444. Reserve senior champion was out of the late senior Ram Lamb class, entry 11, Wierzbicki 1408, Psycho Sid, Wyatt Wierzbicki, Orick, Missouri.
Good lineup in the Cheviot ring. Young ladies are doing a good job with these three exhibits over here. I think it's close up top. I think there's enough look and design in the one in second to make it close. But really, as you start from the ground up, the best one in here, in my opinion, from a squareness perspective and a flexibility perspective as we get them out and roll them in motion, is the one that we lead off with. Young lady does a good job getting that one presented and shown and getting the front end up and out of that particular sheep. His biggest advantage within this top pair is really not just his squareness at the ground, but also his body shape, his power and dimension up high and from behind, and yet with that, I think still comes with enough look. Really long-necked one that comes in second, and I like that a good deal about him. He's got more length from his shoulder back as well. Get that sheep in motion. I think he's maybe just a little bit, has a little bit extra set to his hind leg as that one gets out and rolls. He's maybe just a little finer in terms of bone work as we work down low, and just doesn't match quite the same amount of just bulk and mass at this age, this stage of the game. Maybe sits at just a little bit of a disadvantage from just a maturity perspective. Kind of the same story in three. That's a nice little buck there that's got the right kind of proportions and build. He's just a little immature, if you will, to be playing out here in the green chips. But certainly three nice ones there. Good projects. Congratulations.
Placing on the March Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry 10. Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 25018. Second place to entry 11. Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Eldridge 9C25. And third to entry 9. Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas.
Single entry on the slick side of the Rams. I think one that has the right kind of build and proportions as you get off to the side of him. Still touches with the right kind of tone. Good hided sheep as well. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
Placing on the Border Cheviot Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 12. Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2797.
Yeah, over on the Cheviot side, I think a nice lineup here. We've had them standing here for just a little bit. Kids have been doing a good job being patient with us, but great job getting them shown correctly, getting them fit and presented correctly as we get back out here. To me, there's a fairly logical place to start. I think it gets closer for reserve between two of them that are very, very different, not only from the standpoint of just stoutness and power and look, but also in terms of skeleton and structure. One of them's maybe a little in at his knee and kind of toes out up front, and the other one's maybe just a little bit more upright in terms of his shoulder and doesn't have quite the same length of stride as the other one. I think that as you pick reserve, there's one of them that just has more genuine sheep and shape there, and so that's the direction I'll go for reserve. But I'll set the mic down. I'll get you a Grand Reserve out here in the Buck Show. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Ram for the Border Cheviot Show goes to the first place Senior Ram Lamb. First place Senior Ram Lamb, entry number 1, Caitlin Von Barons, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker, 2780. The Reserve Champion goes to the first place February Ram Lamb, entry 8, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C, 0749. Placing on the Katahdin class of February and later Ram Lambs. First place to entry 10, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 25390. Second place to entry 17, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 521. Third place to entry 11, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri. 4 to entry 18, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 5 to 16, Lauren Julian, Monterey, Ohio. Placing on the Southdown January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 14, Brinley Kreitz, Kmart, Maryland, with Midnight Hammer, Oldenburg 25012. Second place to 19, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois, with Ryan 2555. Third place to entry number 13, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fourth to 28, Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. And 5 to entry 17, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. For our Katahdin show, the champion Ram was our fall Ram Lamb class winner. Entry 2, Kingston Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois, with MROF 2423 16003 Redman. The reserve champion came out of the January Ram Lamb class, entry 7, Lauren Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 2533. Placing on the Southdown February Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 40, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers, 2544 Law Dog. Second place to entry number 36, Brindley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Next Gen 2512. Third place to entry 39, Cole Knettel, Downs, Illinois. Fourth place to 34, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And 5 to 33, Shawnee Green, Rio Vista, Texas.
Over on the Cheviot side, I think an extremely competitive lineup in the yearling ewes here, and I think, obviously we had some very good classes yesterday, but I think this is as competitive as what we've had throughout the 2 days here so far. And so if you sit 5, 6, 7 in this particular class, I would take that into consideration. In my opinion, this top two is very close. I think both of them, as you get off to the side of them, are exceptionally good in terms of build and balance. I think the one up front's a little fresher in terms of her condition. And then again, I'm so big about starting at the surface and working up. I think she has more genuine just squareness down low in her lower skeleton. I think she has more genuine shape in terms of her upper rib cage. And as a result, she does handle with just more stoutness and power and just true shape at the edge of her top line. Get the sheep in motion. I wish she would get out of her front end just a little bit more comfortably at times, but I think she's adequate from that standpoint. Nice sheep there to lead off with. I love the skeleton and the structure of the sheep that comes out in second. To me, she's very sound. Love the ability of her to get her neck high and elevated out of the top side of her shoulders. She's very flexible off of both ends, but with that, she's also just a little bit longer and deeper in terms of her shoulder blade up front, maybe not quite as tidy in terms of her bottom line there. And then as we start to compare the two, I don't know that there's just as much genuine sheep there as there is in the one that precedes her, but boy, from the side, you can dang sure have an argument about starting that particular sheep. Love the sheep that comes out in 3 in terms of just chest width and body shape. I think she's a nice combination sheep of look and some stoutness. She's a little shorter. She's just a little rounder out of both ends than them two up ahead of her there. Like the sheep in 4 on the standstill, we get them in motion. To me, she's a little bit more upright in her shoulders. She wants to get a little tighter in terms of her top line. She just needs to be more comfortable as we ask her to go. And then in 5 is a big, extended, really pretty fronted sheep. But again, I think as we ask her to get out and go, she needs to be just more flexible and have more length to the top side of her hip so that she can get out and get rolling just a little bit more comfortably out here on the green chips. Congratulations to those 5.
Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Katahdins, first place to entry number 43, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Schultz 4898. Second place to entry number 34, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri, with Aslan 152. Third place to 44, Molly Trammell, Cloverdale, Indiana. 4 to 40, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. And 5 to entry 33, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Placing on the Border Cheviot Yearling U class, first to 23, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2712, Jeannie. Second to 24, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 94. Third place to 19, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry number 21, Cheyenne Clyde. And 5 to 25, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the Southdown class of March and later born Ram Lambs. First place to entry 48, Caleb Formo, Verona, Wisconsin, with Formo 2519. Second to 47, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with AJ Maddox 549. Third to 49, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4 to 52, Megan Sowers, Fostoria, Ohio. And 5 to 50, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut.
In the center ring, I think a nice lineup here, and certainly some handling differences and composition differences as you step up and get your hands on these sheep. But I think without a doubt, the two that precede this particular class are the ones that you gravitate towards as they enter the ring, and then it just solidifies your thoughts as you get your hands on them. With that said, the one up front to me is better in her top line. She has a higher quality bottom line, and I think she's just a little fresher in terms of her condition over her forerib at this point. I think that's a nice place to start. I like the height, the shoulder, the width, the chest, and the body shape of the sheep that comes out in second. She maybe deviates down her top line just a little bit more, and I think she touches with just a little bit more condition as you work up front in that particular sheep. like the sheep that comes in third in terms of just her hardness of handle and her leanness and trimness as we work up in her forerib there. She's nice in terms of her front end design, maybe doesn't balance and match the look of the two up ahead of her in terms of just the quality of her bottom line. To me, we need to take her breastplate and put it back into her sternum just a little bit there, but certainly one that's got the right kind of handling quality, the right kind of height as you get your hands on her. Big-bodied ewe that comes next, that's just a little heavier condition, a little softer to the touch, and as a result, as we get off to the side of her, she's just a little plainer. Young lady that has this ewe down in 5, I think does a great job getting this one shown. Really good from this angle over here. It's as you get your hands on her and get in behind her, just has to be more stoutness and punch in that particular sheep. Congratulations to those 5.
Placing on the Border Cheviot Slickshorn Yearling U class, first to entry 36, Caitlin Von Bairn, Stewartson, Illinois, with Shanks ILLCFF 0049. Second place to entry number 35, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0666. Third to entry 34, Sydney Peterson, Claypool, Indiana. 4 to 22, Judson Shanks, Pana, Illinois. 5 to entry 16, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana.
really good class over in the middle ring. I think a lot of depth and quality as we work through this particular class. And with that said, I think really a nice one up front to lead off that I think you can be confident in starting as you step to the microphone. That one, in terms of just her build or balance or skeleton or ability to get out and motor and then yet maintain enough width and power as you get your hands on her, I think is reassuring and certainly a place to start. I think one that you like a great deal in terms of her front end extension, like a really good deal in terms of her top line, her ability to get out and go and maintain the same look in motion that ultimately she has on the standstill. I like the sheep in second and third, both real well to me. Both of them maybe don't have quite the same height, the shoulder, or quite the same just elevation up front as the one that we lead the class with, but I do like the mobility and the movement of the one in second, probably just a little bit better than three in this particular class. I like her in her top line. To me, her bottom line is very good. She's maybe just not quite as up and out as you work through her front third as that one that we lead off with. The stout sheep's in three, and I love her in terms of chest width and body shape, stoutness and power up high and from behind. With that, though, she's also just a little shorter up front. She's also just a little bigger and at the base of her shoulder, just a little rounder as you get off to the side of her. I like the sheep that comes out in four a good deal on the standstill. We get her in motion. I think she could be more comfortable there. She gets maybe just a little bit longer in terms of her front pastern. Doesn't open up quite the same width as some of them that precede her in this class. Kind of the same story as the one that comes in five here. From her forerib back, that's a very nice sheep that has the right kind of parts and balance. Up front, though, I think maybe she's just a little bit more upright in her shoulder, wants to get in her knee a little bit up there, but certainly a top five that I think has a lot of quality. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Top five in our junior Ram class or classification for the South Downs. First was the first place February Ram Lamb, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. George Brothers 2544 Law Dog. Second, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland with Oldenburg 25012 Midnight Hammer. Third, Caleb Formo, Verona, Wisconsin with Formo 2519 from the March Ram Lamb class. Fourth, Brinley Kreitz of Kmar, Maryland, Next Gen 2512. And five, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois with Ryan 2555. Placing on the senior U Lambs for the Border Cheviots. First to entry 30, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 102. Second to 38, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker 2772. Third place to entry number 37, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, 4 to 27, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois, and 5 to 31, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Katahdins, first place goes to entry 28, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Ed Julian 407. Second place to entry number 27, Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois, with Merzinski S 2420. Third place to 30, Tyler Rodman, Hartville, Missouri, 4 to 25, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 31, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland.
We'll keep it pretty short over in the middle ring. Selecting senior champion comes down to a pair of them. They're really not alike at all. I think there's one of them that you like a great deal on the standstill that comes with more bulk and mass and chest width and power and can prop up and give you a good look. And then there's one that is youthful and extremely attractive from the side that maybe doesn't open up with quite the same width or dimension as you get up in front of her and get on top of her. That's how I see him. Like him a great deal. I'll get a champion and reserve out here in the senior division for you. If you would, put your hands together for these kids.
Top 5 overall on the South Downs. For the Rams, first place goes to the February Ram Lamb of Drew George, entry number 40. Drew George, Niles, Michigan. George Brothers, 2544, Law Dog. Second in reserve to entry 14. Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Oldenburg 25012, Midnight Hammer. Third place to entry 48 out of the March class, Caleb Formo, Verona, Wisconsin, Formo 2519. Fourth place to entry 36 out of the February class, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, Next Gen 2512. Fifth place to Charlie Ryan out of the January class, Taylorville, Illinois, Ryan 2555. Senior champion for the Border Cheviots goes to the first place yearling ewe, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2712 Genie. The reserve champion was our first place in this senior ewe lamb class, entry 30, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 102. For the South Downs, our champion bred and owned ram was also our grand champion ram, entry number 40 out of the February class, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, George Brothers 2544 Law Dog. The reserve bred and owned champion to entry number 48 out of the March Ram Lamb class, Caleb Formo, Verona, Wisconsin, with Formo 2519.
A good class here in the middle ring, and I think it falls together pretty handily for this guy. I think you've got a big, pretty one up front that gives you the right kind of look as you get off to the side of her. I don't know that she's the stoutest one in the world, but certainly one that you like a good deal at this angle right here. I think she's got a ton of future. The stout one's in second. Chest width, body shape, stoutness and power up high and from behind I think is exceptionally good. I'd like to redesign just her shoulder angle just a little bit and set her back in her knee. The one that's in third, really long-bodied and long-fronted. Young man's doing a great job getting this one shown. She's just a little lower fronted. She wants to come in at her knee a little bit up front, but certainly one that gives you the right kind of length of body and length of front end. Just need to bring her up in terms of her front end just a little bit. And then another stout one to come in forward, the right kind of body shape, little shorter neck, just a little rounder off both ends as we compare her to a lineup of exceptional balanced ones up ahead of her. Congratulations to those four.
Placing on the Border Chevy at January U Lamb class, first place to 44, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with AC4. Second place to entry 42, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0756. Third place to entry 45, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 4 to entry 41, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. Placing on the Placing on the Fall U Lamb class for the Katahdin Show, first place to entry 59, Brackney Fulford, Crawfordsville, Indiana, with JCB 1331. Second place to entry 47, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana, with DJ Smith, SCD 24876. Third place to entry 52, Noah Gravenhoff, Worthington, Minnesota, 4-51. Weston Pointer, Maple Park, Illinois, and 5-49. Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire.
Competitive class over here in the Cheviot ring, and I think a nice pair of them up here to lead off with really a good sheep in terms of basic build up front that is square and good bodied and has the right kind of shape. And then as you get off to the side of her height, the shoulder, and ability to run uphill, I think is the difference within the top duo here. Nice sheep there to lead off with. Love the top line and the flexibility and the soundness of structure of the one that comes in second. But plenty long bodied as you work from her shoulder back and from there forward. Maybe just doesn't have quite the same height, the shoulder, quite the same quality as you work in through her front end as the one that we lead off with. I like a lot about the one that comes out in third in terms of boldness of body, stoutness, and power. And her height, the shoulder, is very good. That ratio doesn't exactly extend into her neck, though. She needs to be a little longer neck, could be just a little tidier at the base of her shoulder. But boy, from her forerib back, I think she's a contender within this particular class. Stout, powerful sheep that comes out in four, like her in terms of her body shape and her muscularity and her handling quality, as good as anything in here. I think she has just a little bit more lower shoulder and breastplate at this stage of the game. Just need to make her a little bit more extended. I like the sheep that comes out in five in terms of this view right here. Get your hands on her, step right in behind her. Just has to be more sheep there. Stout one that comes out and rounds out our set that I think you can certainly be proud of for bringing the right kind of body shape and the right kind of top line from a muscularity perspective. Get the sheep in motion. She just needs to get out and motor better out of both ends in this set out here. Congratulations to those six.
Placing on the Border Chevy at February U Lamb class, first place to entry 48, Samantha Middaw, Bourbon, Indiana, with Rinker 2782. Second place to 47, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2787. Third place to 50, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. 4 to entry 51, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 49, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. For our Katahdin show, our senior champion goes to our first place early yearling ewe, Vivian Julian, with entry 43. Vivian is from Manaway, Ohio, with Schultz 4898. The reserve champion was second in that early class, entry 34, Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri, with Aslin 152.
Good lineup of sheep over here in the center ring, and I think a class that really falls together well for me up here on the mic. A nice sheep to lead off. I think that sheep's got a ton of future. She's built correctly. That one is exceptionally good in terms of her front third quality, very good down her top line, and then she looks the same right there that she does in motion. That's what we're trying to do out here. The one that comes out in second, I think a ton of future in that particular sheep. She's got the right kind of build, particularly from her forerib back. Maybe not quite just the same height, the shoulder or length in front of her blade as the one that we lead off with, but certainly one that you like her body shape and her hip and hind leg design. I love this sheep from her forerib back. So bold and good in terms of her underlying quality, very good in terms of her top line, hip and hind leg design. It's up front that I think she comes with more lower shoulder and breastplate at this stage of the game. Needs to have more clearance at her knee and her chest up front to compare with those two that precede in this class. The sheep that comes in four, a ton of future in this particular sheep. I think she's very sound structured. She's got a great look up front. Just not as much there today. She's a little lammier in terms of just her condition, a little behind the eight ball, if you will, from a groceries perspective. Just needs more bloom and bulk in order to get further up in the class. But boy, from a skeletal quality standpoint, I could see that one coming back next year and being really, really good. Stout, powerful one that gets a little round off of both ends that comes next, and then a little ewe lamb that I think has a great build, just needs a little bit more from a grocery perspective to get further up in this particular class. Congratulations to those six.
Placing on the Border Chevy March ewe lamb class, first place, entry 56, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2796. Second place, entry 52, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0788. Third to 54, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. 4 to 53, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to 57, Sarah Wilson, Dansville, New York.
good class over here in the slicks, and I think one that not only from the outside is very sortable, but as you get your hands on them, that kind of tells the story of how you need to align this class. I like the sheep up front in terms of her height, the shoulder, and her body shape, but as you get your hands on these sheep, easily the biggest one back behind her blade there, and certainly spans the most width at her edge. I like that sheep a good deal from a handling perspective, and yet I think as you get off to the side of them, still props up well enough. Good built sheep that comes out in two. She's just a little softer handling, if you will, up through her forerib there. Maybe doesn't match quite the same just body shape or width as that sheep we lead off with. Really pretty sheep in three here that's got great build and great structural integrity, a little flatter and a little plainer from a shape perspective. I like the body shape of the sheep that comes out in four, a little plainer to the touch, maybe one that just doesn't balance up quite as well, and then a bold-bodied sheep that has the right kind of muscularity, just a little thicker hided, a little bigger in terms of hide and handle as you get your hands on her there. Needs to be probably just a little bit leveler and longer out through her front end to balance up correctly. Congratulations to those five.
Placing on the Slickshorn Junior Ewe Lamb class for the Border Chevy, first place to entry 60, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0770. Second place to entry number 64, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 119. Third place to 59, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to 61, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. And 5th to 58, Lindsey Peterson, Claypool, Indiana. Placing on the early yearling U class for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry 110, Lily Williamson, Noblesville, Indiana, with Coon Mills 2418. Second to 109, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 24016. Third place to entry 118, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Fourth place to 116, Madison Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota. And 5 to 123, Megan Sowers, Fostoria, Ohio.
In the middle ring, a really good lineup here to select for junior champion in the Cheviot division, and I think there's a a very high quality one that's got kind of a green shavings look to lead off with out here. And then I think it gets a little bit closer for reserve between one that's got a little bit more stoutness and power, one that's got just a little bit more quality and probably gets out and goes and scoots with just a little bit more comfort out here on these shavings. And so with that, I'll get you a champion reserve in the junior division. If you would, put your hands together for these kiddos.
For the Border Chevy, it's our champion U goes to the junior champion U goes to the first place March U Lamb. Entry 56, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2796. The reserve junior champion was first in the January class. Entry 44, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with AC4.
On the Cheviot side, I think the show's been extremely good. I love sorting through the Cheviots every time I get an opportunity to, because it just seems like the families that operate in this particular breed always have them prepped and ready and certainly looking the part as they get out here. I've talked them in class. I've talked them in division. I won't spend a whole lot more time out here. I love a lot about those junior champions down there, and I think that they have a ton of future. But with that said, I think these senior champions are the ones that are right today. Those are the ones that we're going to use up here. Grand and Reserve will be out of the senior division. Congratulations.
For our Cheviot show, our grand champion U went to our senior champion U. The senior champion U was out of the yearling class, entry number 23, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2712. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, entry number 30, Arabella Clifton, out of the fall ULAM class. Green Arabella's from Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 102. That does conclude our Border Cheviot show. We're now ready to go into Dorper. We need Dorper Fall Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the January ULAM class for the Katahdins, first place to 77, Shaylee Maddox of Thomas, Oklahoma, with FRA 28549. Second place to entry number 66, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with FRA 8585. Third place to entry 70, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 78, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. And fifth place to 69, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. Placing on the Southdown Intermediate Yearling U class, first place to entry 105, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana, with Wood 2411. Second place to entry number 97, Adlin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin, was Schrock 1634. Third to 98, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fourth place to entry number 90, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Fifth place to entry number 102, Harper Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Judging the Dorpers and White Dorpers today is Jared Fries of Morrisville, Missouri. Jared works for RBW Agricultural, which specializes in cattle and sheep equipment sales. He also raises Dorpers and White Dorper sheep with his family. Let's welcome Jared Fries to your Dorper White Dorper Junior Division show.
Well, good morning. It's an honor to get to come here and sort through your Dorper and White Dorper Junior Show today. That being said, I think I've got a pretty good buck to start off this class with. One that just really catches your eye when he walks in the ring. Really level topped, really smooth made kind of sheep. Just really moves around well when he gets around the ring and you start putting him in stride. And I think he's just a good place to start in that class. As we go into second, we have another buck right here that just kind of follows that type and kind. Maybe not as unique in his design as the buck in front of him, but one that I think is just a pretty safe play to put right there. He's really square in his lines, just a really neat design kind of sheep, just kind of fits in that center hole pretty well for me. As we move into third, one of those kind of sheep that you really like him when you look at him from the side. Just a sheep that I think maybe gets a little bit drier in his overall design for me compared to the sheep above him. Just loses some of that just depth and capacity they have. I'd like to smooth him up over that top line a little bit just to move him up even further, but I think a really incredibly big bone buck that you just really got to appreciate in that third hole. As we move on down into fourth and fifth, just a couple of bucks there that I think just shorten up compared to their contemporaries above them, ones that you just like to lengthen them out, make them a little bit bigger in their overall skeletal design for me. And then we follow up the glass with this buck that is a nice buck in his own design, just would like to structurally change him a little bit to move him up for me any bit today. Thank you.
Placing on the Dorper class of Fall Ram Lambs, first place to entry 6, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Mills 2004. Second to entry 4, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6135H. Third to entry 2, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Fourth place to entry 3, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5, entry 1, Hunter Stanfill, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Placing on the Katahdin class of February ewe lambs, first to 97, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 25246. Second place to entry 87, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Francis 8700. Third place to 83, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 5 to 95, Braden Havlick, Troy, Michigan. And 5 to entry 89, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Placing on the late yearling U class for the South Downs, first place goes to entry 71, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with SM Maddox 2431. Second place to entry number 68, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Knettle 2469. Third to entry 65, TK Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. 4 to entry 64, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And 5 to 86, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland. Placing on the Katahdin March and Later-born ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 104, Vivian Julian. Manaway, Ohio, with Ed Julian and more, 521. Second place to 101, Braden Havlick. Troy, Missouri, with LAS 2533. Third place to 108, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri, 4 to 112, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee, and 5 to 111, Ryder Fritz, Beach Bluff, Tennessee.
An intriguing class of buck lambs we have here. I'm not going to tell you I think there's one in here I just really gravitate to in this group, but there's definitely one that, in my opinion, sorts himself to the top of this class pretty easy for me. Just a pretty evenly balanced kind of sheep. You really appreciate the bone and footwork and just the skull that the sheep has on him. Just a really nice Dorper ram to start this class off with all the way around. This buck that comes in second, once you got him on the profile, I really thought he was going to win this for me pretty quick. But to be honest, once you really start evaluating him in terms of pigmentation and things, and I know he's still young, but he's just starting to lose a little bit of that compared to the ram above him. Maybe doesn't walk around the ring quite as smooth, in my opinion, compared to the buck above him, but a nice sheep to put in that second hole. My problem child is this buck here in third. I really like this sheep when you put him into motion. Really neat on the side. I mean, just pretty as a picture on the profile. But one of those kind of sheep that I think just needs to be a little bit deeper down in his flank to move him up any higher for me today compared to the sheep above him. As we go into fourth and fifth, two bucks, I think we just run into a few structural issues for me. Maybe just get a little less sound on the move, maybe structurally, especially in their shoulder connection, just for me, get a little bit rougher and coarser compared to the bucks above them, but a nice sheep all the way through.
Placing on the Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 10, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with TJB Banks Family Farm 1356. Second place to 007, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin, with Darlington Dorpers 2508. Third to 15, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas, 4 to 008, Josiah, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky, and 5 to 13, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Placing on the early senior U Lamb class, first place goes to entry 154, McCoy Van Hook, Crawfordsville, Indiana, with Sync Paget 2111. Second place to entry number 152, Carly Buchanan, Staunton, Virginia, with Forsey E 24-329. Third to 151, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 160, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. And fifth place to 158, Alexis Gottschall, Logansport, Indiana. For the Katahdins, our junior champion went to entry 77 out of the January ULAM class. Shay Lee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Francis 8549. The reserve junior champion to the first place in the February class, entry 97, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with B&G 25246. For our Katahdin show, our grand champion ewe goes to our senior champion ewe out of the early yearling ewe class. Entry number 43, Vivian Julian, Manaway, Ohio, with Schultz 4898. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion out of the January ewe lamb class. Entry 77, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Francis 8549. That does conclude our Katahdin show. We're now ready for Suffolk Slickshorn Senior Ram Lambs.
Another really neat class of Dorper Ram Lambs here. There's this one, I think, in terms of just power and masculinity. He just comes in here and he wins this pretty easy for me. One that's pretty hard to get around. Like I said, just appreciate the depth of the body, the bone work on this sheep, and just ties it all into a really good Dorper package all the way around. That's a pretty good one to start. This little buck lamb here in second, one of those, when you look at him from the side, you really like him. He's just a little tank in terms of muscle and capacity on him. Where I get a little worried about him is he gets a little bold in his shoulder compared to the buck above him, so that's one reason I'm going to put him in second today behind that sheep. But I think a neat little sheep and just a really genuine little package overall. The buck here in third, probably one of the greenest sheep in the class compared to anything above him. Super long spine. You love the just attractiveness in that front end on this sheep. I just like to put that shoulder blade on, put that neck on top of that shoulder blade a little higher for me today just to get him up even further and just make him a little bit harder to the touch, in my opinion. The buck here in fourth, one that once you get your hands on him, just gets a little bit soft in terms of muscle compared to the sheep above him. I think a sheep that really moves around the ring well once you get him in motion. But like I said, just gets a little softer compared to the sheep above him. As we rotate down in here into fifth and sixth in this class, just some sheep that just lose overall dimension and muscle shape compared to the sheep above them. Thank you.
Placing on the Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 19, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6141H. Second place to entry 20, also Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6156H. Third place to entry 22, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, 4 to 21, Will Grosinger, Freeport, Illinois, and 5 to entry 17, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. Placing on the Southdown class of early senior U Lambs, first place to entry number 140, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with Fleener 2482. Second place to entry 135, Madison Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota, with Longenecker 2435. Third to 138, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 4 to 139, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. And 5 to entry 147, Henry Nielsen, Alexandria, South Dakota. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 2, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana, with Russell Sheep Company, 2487. Second to entry 5, Andrew and Cora Freenstein, Youngsville, New York, with McCully, 6755. Third to entry 4, Miranda Poole, Ellsbury, Missouri, and 4 to Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia, with entry 1. Placing on the class of fitted senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 7, Brooklyn Torin, Vinetta, Oklahoma. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Dorper Show, first place goes to entry 24, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 23, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Third to 25, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas.
Let's give these kids a round of hands for bringing an exceptional set of Dorper Rams today for us to evaluate out here. I'm not going to go through and talk them individually again. Like I said, I think I kind of explained myself on them when we ran them through the ring the first time. That being said, I think there's two individuals out here that they really they fit my type and kind. They're going to fit what I'm going to need to use in my operation at home, and they just fit the Dorper breed pretty well all the way around. So I'm going to go pick you a champion in reserve.
Champion Dorper Ram goes to the first place fall Ram Lamb. Entry number 6, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Mills 2004. Reserve champion went to our Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class winner, entry 10, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with TJB Binks Family Farm 1356. Now ready for Dorper senior yearling ewes. Senior yearling ewes for the Dorpers, please. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 13, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana with slack 5-1-5-8. Second place to entry 10, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois with Harris 25-0-28. Third to entry 9, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, 4-15, Gunnar Shank, Winnebago, Illinois, and 5 to entry 11, Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the Southdown late senior U Lamb class, first place to 191, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with J.K. Maddox 2458. Second place to entry number 184, Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana, with Wood 2485. Third place to 196, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, 4 to 195, Harper Macy, Kirkland, Indiana. Fifth place to entry number 183, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. Placing on the fitted January Ram Lamb class for our Suffolk show, first place goes to entry 19, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm 553. Second place to entry 16, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana, with D. Henderson 25 29. Third to entry 17, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. And forward to 18, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota. Placing, placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolks, first place goes to entry number 21, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2570. Second place to 25, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 5130. Third to 22, Jason Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri. 4 to 24, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. And 5 to 20, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to entry 32, Bryce Bailey, Johnstown, Ohio, with Appleton Acres 1123.
I want to commend this class for a tremendous lineup on this top 5 of females. There's a lot of directions a person could go here, and there's just a lot of good quality sheep and a lot of different pieces. But that being said, there's one. She walks in here, and I mean, she just demands presence in this group. She's just really special when you start evaluating this one from the side on the profile, and then she just brings it all back together with just a massive, thick brood type of package. I mean, just an ideal Dorper kind of female. You love the balance, you love the design. This one's just pretty hard to get around in this class for me. As we move on down into second, this one, I think any other day, I think she could win a class pretty easy. She just got tucked behind a pretty tough one in this class. One that you really love the balance, you love the design, super broody when you evaluate her from the side, moves around the ring tremendously well. Love the color pattern, love just the overall design of this sheep as well. That's a really good one in second hole. Sheep here in third, one that I really like when you evaluate her, excuse me, especially from the profile. Really pretty. Love the elevation through that front 1/3 of her body. Big bone kind of female. One that maybe I just like to change her breed type a little bit for me. If I was going to get nitpicky, that's just one thing I'm a little bit hard on. But other than that, like I said, a really good female. Just like to deepen her up in her overall flank a little bit for me to get her up any higher. But I think a tremendous female in her own right. As we move on down into these two females in 4 and 5, really complete type females. I think ones that maybe get just a hair a bit plain in their design compared to the females above them. Ones that when you just look at them, they just don't give you quite that wow factor compared to the ones above them. But like I said, they got tucked into a really tough class of females. Excellent class all the way through.
Placing on the Dorper Senior Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 38, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Ryan Dorpers, E3623. Second place to 41, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut, with BW3 Dorpers, F311. Place to entry number 28, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee. Fourth place to 34, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. And fifth to entry 32, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Okay, following are the Southdown Senior Champion Top 5. First went to entry 105 from the Intermediate Yearling U class, Karen Black, Grand Ridge, Illinois, with Black 176. Second place to entry 110 from the Early Yearling U class, Lily Williamson, Noblesville, Indiana, with Coon Mills 2418. Third to entry 191 out of the late senior U Lamb class, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with J.K. Maddox 2458. Fourth, out of the late yearling U class, entry 71, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with S.M. Maddox 2431. And fifth, to entry 184, out of the late senior U Lamb class, Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana, with Wood 2485. In bred and owned, our champion was 191 from the late senior U Lamb class, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with J.K. Maddox 2458. The reserve bred and owned was 109 from the early yearling U class, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 24016. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn March and later born Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 33, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5, 4363. Second place to entry number 34, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia, with G. Lewis, 47. Placing on the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class, first to entry 36, Ryder Juntman, Bryant, South Dakota, with George Brothers, 4141.
think a really intriguing class in this top 5. This one we're going to start the class off with. I'll be the first one to admit I think she's a little heavy in her condition today for me. I'd sure like to shave a little bit of that weight off of her just to make her look a little bit more trim for me in this class. But I think once you start evaluating this set of sheep, I think she just starts out in that first hole pretty easy for me. She's pretty well balanced all the way around. She moves around the ring really well when she's in motion. Just a pretty square-built sheep all the way around. The sheep in second, one that honestly the exact opposite. I might actually like to add a little bit of condition to this female just to fill in the gaps on her a little bit. I think if you put about 20 pounds on her, she just condition up a little bit and look a little bit more complete all the way around, but a very functional female. Maybe, in my opinion, compared to her skeletal size, gets a little bit light in terms of bone, but that's being awful picky on one that I think is a pretty complete sheep. This female here in third, when you evaluate her from the side, one that you like, really a good muscle shape and carcass quality on this female, super long spine. If I could change this sheep at all, I'd just like to just change her right there behind that shoulder a little bit, just elevate her there a little bit and make her a little bit cleaner in her lines across the top. As we get down into this female in fourth, I think one that's not feeling the best today out here. She's definitely not showing herself the best. You can tell she's a little bit green and drier in her shape than she normally would be, but one that I think just is a pretty complete little female. You love the depth of body that she has, and like I said, if she was feeling a little bit better today, I think she'd look a little bit more full. As we finish out this top 5, really a big capacity kind of female, one that I think when you start evaluating her in terms of bone, she gets a little bit light compared to the sheep above her, but one that is still a nice female in her own right. Thank you.
For the Suffolk show, our Slickshorn champion goes to entry number 13 out of the Slickshorn January Ram Lamb class, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with slack 51.58. Our reserve champion for the Slickshorn division goes to our first place February Ram Lamb, entry 21, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 25.70. For our Dorper Junior Yearling class, first place goes to entry 42, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut, with Blake Huff 10. Second place to entry 49, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5839. Third place to 53, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 4 to 46, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. And 5 to 47, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan.
Fitted ram.
For the Suffolk show, in the fitted ram division, our champion fitted ram was out of the fitted January Ram Lamb class, entry 19, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm 553. Reserve champion came from the fitted March or later Ram Lamb class, entry 36, Ryder Junton, Bryant, South Dakota, with George Brothers 4141. Placing on the Dorper pair of yearling U class, first to entry 61, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Second place to entry 54, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Third to 60, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. 4 to 59, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. And 5 to 58, Peter DeStefano, North Kingstown, Rhode Island. Placing on the first class of January ewe lambs for the South Downs. First place goes to entry 287, Jacob Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana, with silver dollar NA 25010. Second place to entry number 20 or 281, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee, with Scout Downs 2503. Third place to 284, Sarah Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry 291, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And fifth place to 289, Cole Cannettle, Downs, Illinois.
kids a set of hands for, I think, a really tremendous set of class. The quality really runs deep in this set of females all the way through on this one. That being said, like I said, I think there's 5 really unique individuals up here, 5 sheep that I really like for different reasons. The one that comes to top for me, there's just a lot of sheep there. That's just a really good sheep in terms of just depth of body, bone, balance. That one's just pretty hard for me to get around in here. I just like how she just moves around the ring. She's really balancing her overall length of body. Just a really good spot to start with. The sheep here in second, I think just by looking at her, I'm going to say probably one of the youngest day of age sheep in this class. One that just really super balanced from the side. Maybe if you're going to get nitpicky, you'd like to deepen this one up and make her a little bit deeper in her flank. Definitely like to give her a little bit more bone, but I just think there's too many balanced pieces to the sheep for the package she's in to move her anywhere else. That's just a pretty good hole for that sheep. This sheep here in third, I really like this sheep. Whenever she walked in the ring, I kind of thought at first this one's going to win it for me pretty easy. But to be honest, when you start evaluating this sheep from the side, you love her profile, you love her design. There's just simply not enough sheep there compared to the 2 above her. When you get to really evaluating this one over top of her rack shape and her design, but like I said, a really pretty sheep. Love the elevation through the front 1/3 of the body. I think that's a really intriguing, neat breeding piece to have on your farm. The sheep here in fourth, one that I really like, really super deep bodied kind of female. Love the bone work, love the breed character to this one. One that I just like to stretch her out a little bit, make her a little bit longer from that 13th rib back compared to the sheep above her. But a really nice sheep there in that 4th hole. As we round out this top 5, one of those sheep that just really fits into that top 5 in this class really easy. As you kept sorting through this set of sheep, you just kept moving her up in the lineup the whole time. Just a sheep that there's simply not a lot of holes in when you evaluate it from the side. Just a really complete, nice sheep. Probably just not the fanciest package in overall design, but a really neat sheep to round out that top 5.
Placing on the Dorper Early Fall ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 68, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Branch 5856. Second place to entry number 71, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with BW3 Dorpers F428. Third place to entry number 65, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. Fourth place to entry 67, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. And 5 to 63, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Placing on the early Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry 67, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2435. Second place to entry number 64, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 4272. Third place to 65, Jason Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri. Fourth place to entry number 60, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And fifth place to 63, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Placing on the Southdown class of January U Lambs, first place goes to entry number 252, Gavin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin, with Schrock 2542. Second place to entry number 272, Landon Satterfield, Blue Ridge, Georgia, Silver Dollar, NA 25037. Third place to 250, Larkin Miller, Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Fourth place to entry number 269, Ty Leader, Greencastle, Indiana. And fifth place to 251, Lily Williamson, Noblesville, Indiana.
Get into this late fall class, I think there's one that she just wins this pretty easy for me. Super balanced kind of female. Love the length and extension through that front 1/3 of her body. Just really balanced overall. Love the depth of flank and just really good bone female to start this class off with. She's just pretty hard for me just to sort around and change anything up other than put her in the one hole there for me today. This female that comes in right behind her, a really long spine female. You really got to appreciate that about her. I'd just like to maybe put a little bit more center body in her, especially right there in that flank, just to move her up a little bit more for me today. But I think a really nice female in that second hole. The female here in third, really long spine kind of female. I love how she comes out over that tail head, just straight and true all the way across. Maybe just losing a little bit of that power compared to the females above her. I think that's just what gets her into that third hole for me. This female here in fourth, when you get over the top of this sheep and you get your hands on her, really big, massive rack kind of female, I think maybe you just need to just kind of put her together a little bit different for me today. I'd like to bring that shoulder blade up a little bit higher on that neck connection right there for me, just to move her up any higher. And then we round out the group with a female, really square made, really nice kind of little female, maybe just in a little bit shorter kind of package, just like to stretch her out a little bit more for me today. Thank you.
Placing on the Dorper late fall ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 80, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio, with Uptown Farms 1429. Second place to entry 81, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5848. Third place to 82, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 4 to entry 70 or 77, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. And 5 to 76, Elena Smith, Kentland, Indiana.
Let's give these kids a round of applause for bringing out a tremendous set of Dorper females today. I think the quality really ran deep in this set all the way through in this top end of these females right here. We'll see what we get into in the younger division here, but like I said, we get in the senior division. I think there's just a phenomenal set that we sorted into the top set of these. I mean, the kind of females that I'd like to take home and add into my program, and I think hopefully someone would as well. That being said, there's just a couple of these that in class, they really stood out to me. I mean, they came out of really tough classes themselves, and they just really rose to the top in those, and I think those are the kind of females I'm going to use today. That being said, I'm going to go get you a champion and reserve in your senior division.
Senior champion for the Dorper U's goes to entry number 38 out of the first or the senior yearling U class, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Ryan Dorper's E3623. The reserve senior champion came out of the late fall U Lamb class, entry 80, Kellen Algire, Fredericktown, Ohio, Uptown Farm, 1429. Placing on the Class 3 January U Lambs for the South Downs. First place goes to entry number 227, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois, with Ryan 2540. Second place to entry 241, Sawyer Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan, with George Brothers 2512. Third place to entry number 228, Molly Wyatt, Bath Springs, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry number 234, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And fifth place to 229, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana. Placing on the late Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 55, Clayton Heisey, Anvil, Pennsylvania, with Macaulay 6609. Second place to 43, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, with Maple Leaf 2410. Third place to 47, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 4 to 48, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 53, Brinley Cruel, Evansville, Wisconsin.
over here in the Dorper ring. I think a really nice top 5 in this spring ULAM class. One that just really is good in terms of overall power and design. I mean, just has a real just Dorper type look to her. I mean, you just love the extension through that front 1/3 of that body. You love the balance. You love the just big depth of body this female has. And she just ties it all together where she moves really smoothly around the ring when you watch her get in motion. I think that's a pretty good one to start that class off with. This sheep here in second, I really like this sheep when you look at her from the side. She's really neat design. Love the elevation and the extension through the front 1/3 of her body. A sheep to me, like I said, just getting, if you're going to get a little critical on her, I'd like to change her color pattern up, just get that sheep a little bit more traditional, make her look a little bit more like a Dorper. But like I said, that's too good of a female to throw any pieces away on her for what she is. That's a really good one there in that second hole. This one here in third, when she walked into the ring at first, I really loved this sheep. I mean, I still do. She's just really long spined, really has a tremendous amount of muscle. If I was going to critique this sheep at all, I think this one maybe I'd just like to blow her apart a little bit, make her a little bit bigger in that center rib, just to make her go any further for me today. But I think that's a really good sheep there in that third hole. My problem child is this one here in fourth. She's kind of one of those sheep, when you first take that first glance at her, you really like her, and then you starting to want to pick her apart just a little bit. One that you love the center body in this sheep, in the middle, the extension through that front 1/3, but one of those things where I'd like to take that neck and I'd like to set it up about 2 inches higher on that shoulder blade just to make her look a little bit more balanced for me compared to anything in the class above her. But a really nice sheep there. And then we round out top 5 with a really well-balanced sheep, one that maybe just doesn't have the overall just design as far as that wow factor compared to the sheep above her, but I think a really exceptional top 5 in this class.
Placing on the Dorper January class of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 97, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee, with Red Barn Farm 0501. Second place to entry 90, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma, with Deer Run 2 25-6. Third place to 85, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 4-86, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. And 5-94, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the Suffolk Early Fitted Yearling U class, first place to entry 83, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with Van Grove Livestock, BGRL 13. Second place to entry number 84, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota, with Dombeck family, 4065. Third place to 81, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. And 4-78, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the Suffolk Fitted Late Yearling U class, first place to entry number 77, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm, 531. Second place to 75, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with 4 J's and a T, 2403. Third place to 76, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin.
Okay, really interesting set of ewe lambs here. I'm going to go ahead and go with this ewe lamb that I think just balances up the nicest of this class. To me, when she's just super square all the way around, when you get her set up, she's square under her feet. She's really long in her overall design. You like the depth of body. You like the extension through the front 1/3 of the body. I think she's just a safe place to go to win this class with. This ewe lamb here in a second, maybe in my opinion, looks a little bit more plain in her design compared to the sheep that is in front of her. But one, I still think has a lot of good quality to her. Like I said, has a lot of extension through that front 1/3 of that body. Has a lot of depth and capacity. One that maybe, like I said, just gets a little bit plainer in her overall design compared to the sheep in front of her, and that's what gets her into that second hole. The sheep here in third, really long spine kind of female. You really got to appreciate that about her. I think one maybe I just like to just put a little bit more center mass in this sheep just to get her up even further from me. One that I love her when you look at her from the side, but once you get behind her, there's just not, in my opinion, enough to that sheep. As we move on down here into 4 and 5, some sheep, like I said, just get a little bit plainer in their design. Maybe when you get them in motion, just a little bit choppier in their movement compared to the ones above them. But I think a good set of sheep all the way through.
Placing on our fourth class of Southdown January ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 205 at Isaac Doyle, Wapaka, Wisconsin, with Shell House 25017. Second place to entry number 220, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with SM Maddox 2515. Third place to entry number 217, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Oldenburg 25013. Fourth place to 213, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And fifth place to 203, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Placing on the Dorper class of February ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 105, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown 1431. Second to 103, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Darlington Dorpers 2504. Third to entry number 104, Colton Wolfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. 4 to 101, Josiah, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky. And 5 to 100, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the early Slick Shorn Senior ewe lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First to entry 100, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Macaulay 6753. Second place to entry 97, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois, with Macaulay 6758. Third place to entry 99, Justin Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri. 4 to entry 92, Andrew Friedenstein, Youngsville, New York. And 5 to entry 93, Mackenzie Feeler, Ellsbury, Missouri.
I think another really intriguing class of Dorper ewe lambs here. I'll be the first to admit I think you got 5 different running speeds up here in your lineup here, but this is the way I'm going to use them today. I think you got one female that, to me, she sorts herself to top pretty well. Really big barreled center body kind of female. Love just the overall balance that she brings. And I think that's where she wins and excels in their ring compared to anything else. I think she's the most balanced sheep out here. I think she moves well. I think she just stands in place well. I think everything about her. I think she's just the most balanced sheep, so she's going to win that class for me today. After that, we move into a really high-geared kind of sheep, one that I think really I like from the side profile a lot. Love the extension through the front end. Love the center body on this sheep. If I was going to get critical on her, just like to put a little bit more center in this sheep compared to anything else in this class. She just gets a little bit drier in her overall appearance compared to anything else, but I think one that still holds herself pretty true and just fits into that hole pretty nicely for me here. This sheep here in third really had to keep this pair together right here. One that really follows that type and kind of the sheep in two. One that just doesn't have that same amount of length of body compared to the one above her, but you really appreciate the center mass and the center body in this sheep. One that I really like there a lot. I think that's a good female in her own right. As we move into this female in fourth, one that when you look at her on the side, really love the overall design and profile on. Where she just lacks a little bit for me today is I think you just like to blow her apart a little bit, make her a little bit more full looking to get her up any higher in this class. But I think that's a really neat female. You love the center body, you love the amount of front extension in that sheep. And we round out that top 5 with a really well-balanced kind of sheep, one that just big capacity kind of female, but just gets a little bit plainer in her overall design.
Placing on the late class of Slickshorn Senior Ewes. First place goes to entry number 87, Gunnar Schenk, Winnebago, Illinois, with Barzell 24110. Second to entry number 90, Katie Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana, with Russell Sheep Company 2439. Third to 88, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to 94, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia. And 5 to 85, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Placing on the March ULAM class for the Dorper Show. First place to entry 114, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with BBB Banks Family Farm, 1396. Second to 110, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas, with Icon BG 135. Third place, to 109, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Fourth place to 115, Morgan Black, Darlington, Wisconsin. And fifth to 111, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina.
Into this springborn division, and I think once again, I think there's a good quality set of Dorper females out here. For me, there's just one that I think I remember in class. I mean, she was pretty hard to get around there. She's going to be pretty hard for me to get around in this drive. I'm going to use this January ULAM as your champion day. After that, I think it gets a little trickier for me. I think you brought a ULAM out of that same division that I think was really neat as well. Really liked her. She was really neat to look at. Really appreciate just the overall design in that female. For me today, I think I'm going to go back and use your late spring ULAM as your reserve.
For our Dorper Show, our junior champion was the first place January ULAM, entry 97, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee, with Red Barn Farm 0501. The reserve junior champion was our class winner of the March class, entry 114, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with BBB Binks Family Farm 1396. Placing on the Dorper pair of ewe lambs, first place to entry 123, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Second to 119, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Third, 121, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. 4, 122, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. And 5 to 117, Josiah, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky. Placing on our early class of Southdown February ewe lambs. First place to 326, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with Ellerbrock's Purple 5. Second to 361, Drew George of Niles, Michigan, George Brothers, 25-35. Third place to entry 352, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. 4 to 355, Allie Leininger, Akron, Indiana. And fifth place to 372, Brindley Kreitz of Kmart, Maryland. Placing on the Suffolk Late Slick Shorn Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 106, Paisley Campbell, Berlin, Maryland, with slack 5176. Second place to entry 105, Kaylee McCoy, Albion, Indiana, with Farrell Lint, Showstock 2506.
Well, once again, I think as we get into this Dorper female champion drive, I think these kids need a round of applause for bringing out a tremendous set of Dorpers out here today. Really, you go through all these classes, and like I said, there was a lot of good quality females all the way through. We sort down to these top four, and I think we've got four what I call exceptional type Dorper females. I mean, really are true breed standard type females, and they could definitely hold their own anywhere they go throughout the country. That being said, I think there's two females in this group that they really pair up really nicely to me for what I'm looking for. I think they're going to be females that they stand there and they really they just duo together really well. So I'm going to go pick you a champion in reserve.
For our Dorper show, our champion U goes to our senior champion U, and that is out of the yearling U class. Entry number 38, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Ryan Dorpers, E3623. The reserve champion was our junior champion. Out of the January class of U Lambs, entry 97, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee, with Red Barn Farm 050. Next class is White Dorper Fall Ram Lambs. White Dorper Fall Ram Lambs. For the Suffolk show, our Slick Shorn Senior Champion U went to the early Slick Shorn Senior U Lamb, entry 100, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with McCully 6753. The reserve senior champion for the Slick Shorn division came out of our early Slick Shorn Yearling U class, entry 67, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2435. Placing on the Dorper Flock class, first place to 130, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second to 132, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. And third to entry number 133, Peyton Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. Class number 2 of the February ULAMs for the South Downs, first to 339, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Oldenburg 25024. Second place to entry number 321, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois, with Ryan 2553. Third place to 326, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 344, Melanie Wilson, Hagerstown, Indiana. And fifth place to 340, Morgan Hernandez, Buda, Texas. For the Suffolks in our early class of fitted yearling ewes, first place to entry 83, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. That was also our fitted senior champion. Our fitted reserve senior champion goes to our class winner of the fitted late yearling ewe class, entry 77, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm 531. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn January ULAM class, first place to 131, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with slack 51.54. Second to 129, Jordan Brinkman, Foley, Missouri, with Ellsbury FFA 242.520. Third place to 132, Gunnar Shank, Winnebago, Illinois. 4 to 122, Kennedy Sell, Jacksboro, Texas, and 5 to 121, Ian Grubbs, McCordsville, Indiana.
We've got a really nice set of bucks here in this fall-born division. I'm going to start out with one. I think he just wins in terms of just mass and skeletal design. I mean, this sheep is just a true piece of muscle when you look at it from the side. Really just love the overall just muscle shape and design they has, the length of spine. He just puts it all together in a really nice package, and he really ties in nice into that flank for me. Rounding in this 1 and 2, the long spine sheep, the class without a doubt. I mean, super long spine when you're evaluating from the side. You really appreciate just the overall profile and how nice he looks from the side. Where I get into a little bit of trouble with this sheep is I just like to deepen him up in that flank a little bit for me. Just tie him in a little deeper, make him look a little bit more just masculine all the way around, but I think that sheep is very good sheep in his own right. As we get into this sheep in third, probably one of the plainer design sheep in the class, but there's not really a hole in this sheep either. When you start evaluating this sheep, he's just pretty good built all the way around, just good center body on him, really round in his muscle shape and design. He just fits in that third hole really nicely for me. As you get into this buck in 4, one that you love, the extension in the front 1/3 of his body, just really elevated kind of ram. He walks around like that when you get him out in the ring and you get him in motion. He just gets a little bit softer right there behind the shoulder for me compared to the rams above him, and that's where he gets in that fourth hole. As we round out in this class, in this 5th place buck, one that I really like, really thick made kind of ram, just like to stretch this one out, make him a little bit just longer in his overall design, just to square up and balance up a little bit more for me today.
Placing on the White Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first to 143, Kaylin Seagraves, Siloam Springs, Arkansas, with Coyote Creek Farms 24109. Second to 141, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Zumentro Ranch 1487. Third place to 136, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 4 to 139, William Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio. And 5 to 137, Hunter Stanville, Siloam Springs, Arkansas.
on the over here on the Dorper side. Have a really nice one to start this class off with. This is a really just a stud horse of a kind of white Dorper bucklamb. Really love just the overall dimension, just length of spine and capacity this sheep has. And I think he just wins this class pretty easy for me in terms of bone and just overall balance. After that, we move into a sheep that just loses some in terms of size and scale, just loses some of that capacity and that overall muscle shape compared to the sheep above him. But I think a really good sheep in his own right. Really got to appreciate just the overall design that the sheep has, and he fits in that hole really nice for me. The sheep here in third, just moving down in this lineup, we just roll into a sheep, just losing some overall muscle shape compared to the sheep above him. He's just not as quite as thick in his overall layout. Just a sheep, they just like to just beef him up a little bit just to make him a little bit more competitive, but I think a really nice sheep in his own right. And then we round out that top four with another really big-bodied kind of capacity kind of sheep, one that maybe just doesn't balance up as nice as the counterparts in front of him.
Placing on the White Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 144, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee, with S-Bar T Livestock Y 2353. Second to 146, Logan Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio, with Deering Farms, OHWD 40 2521. Third place to 145, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio, and four to Sawyer Williams, Bells, Tennessee. Placing on the third class of February ewe lambs for the South Downs. First place to entry number 294, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana, with Ellerbrock 21388. Second to 312, Eleanor Carson, Oldenburg 25037. Eleanor's from Arcadia, Indiana. Third to 308, Brian Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 295, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. And 5 to 302, Tegan Down, Herscher, Illinois. Placing on the early class, the late class of Slickshorn January ewe lambs. First place to entry number 117, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris 25029. Second to 115, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 5162. Third to 116, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Fourth place to 113, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 114, Katie Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the early fitted January ewe lamb class for the Suffolk show. First place to 136, Sawyer Buells, Bremen, Indiana, with Buells suffix 21. Second place to 134, Olivia Peterson, Wilmar, Minnesota, with DC Peterson and family 9.
really good class of these white Dorper Rams we brought in here. There's one, once again, that just really sorts himself to the top. I really like this buck when you start studying him. I mean, he's really long in his overall lines and design, big-footed kind of rascal that just really brings himself to the top of that class really easy. I think that's just a really logical place to start this class. As we move into this buck in second, one that I think follows that type and kind in terms of muscle shape and bone. Where he gets a little weaker is right there behind his shoulder, and his top line just wants to get a little bit weaker for me. So that what gets him into that 2 spot. This buck here in third, a really big-bodied, pack full of meat kind of rascal. Really like that about him. Just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the bucks in front of him, but I think a really good buck in terms of just overall capacity and build, and he fits in that third hole pretty nicely for me. As we move into these bucks in 4, 5, and 6. Bucks that just lose some overall just muscle shape and design compared to the sheep above them. I think they maybe get a little bit more, just move some, lose some masculinity on them compared to the bucks above them. But a really nice set of sheep all the way through.
Placing on the White Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to 153, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6988H. Second place to 152, also Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6985H. Third place to 154, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Fourth to 155, Emmett Bragg, Martin, Tennessee. Fifth place to 151, Rylan Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. Placing on the White Dorper Pair Ram Lamb class, first place to 158, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 157, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Third to entry number 159, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio.
As we get into this senior division, I think you've got three really good individuals here on the front side of this drive. To me, I think there's two that pair up really nicely together. I just like them in terms of their overall design, just the overall muscle shape and the length of spine that they have. They're really good through that front 1/3 of their body. I think one maybe just excels that just a little bit compared to the other one. I'm going to go pick your senior champion in reserve.
Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn early February ULAM class, first place to 153. Fitz Thompson, Frankfort, Indiana, with Thompson Showstock 1283. Second place to entry 148. Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris 25064. Third to 157, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois. Fourth to entry 152, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 150, Emily Long, Frankfort, Indiana. For our White Dorper show, our champion ram came out of the Spring Ram Lamb class. Entry number 153, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6988. Our reserve champion came from the Winter Ram Lamb class, entry 144, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee, with S-Bar TY 2353. Placing on the early class of March ULAMs for the Southdown show. First place goes to entry 431, Samantha Williams, Mabel, Minnesota, with RDSS 2562. Second place to entry number 425, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with AJ Maddox 2545. Third place to entry 435, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, 4 to 433, Addison True, Okochee, Tennessee, and 5th to 430, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. For the Suffolk Late Slickshorn February U Lamb class, placings are 138, first to 138, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2599. Second place to entry 146, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana, with Slack 5243. Third place to entry 137, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana, Ford 140, Jason Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri, and 5 to 141, Justin Shooter, Kirksville, Missouri. Placing on Class 2 March U Lambs for the Southdowns. First place to 413, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio, with Fowler 25-29. Second to 417, Eleanor Carson, Arcadia, Indiana, with Carson 25-042. Third place to entry 396, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, 4-375, Taylor Stewart, Lutz, Florida. And fifth place to 408, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan.
I think this is an exceptional set of white females. I would say this is the deepest class of white Dorper females in the top, or excuse me, Dorper/white Dorper females I've seen in the top 5 all day. They're just, they're exceptional from top to bottom. You love the overall femininity and just the breed character that these females have. Beautiful headed, the whole group of them. I mean, definitely have enough depth and capacity to them. And like I said, that's saying a lot because there were some good females that got rolled further down the line as well, but they just got stuck in a really tough class. This one right here, when she walked out, she's just pretty hard for me to get around. I mean, just the amount of just depth and capacity and just broodiness that this female has. You just love to look at her from the side. And like I said, I mean, look at her from the side, look at her from behind. Wherever you look at this female, she's just dimensional. And you really got to appreciate that about her. She's a good one to start that class off with. These females here in 2 and 3, almost cookie cutter one another. I think the female in 2 for me, she maybe balances up a little bit more square in terms of her overall build. I love the bone. I love just like I said, femininity on this female. She's just pretty good for me in that second hole. This female in 3rd, love the head on this female. Where she gives up maybe a little bit for me is just in terms of length of spine compared to the female in front of her. But I think that's being awful hard on 2 really good females right there in 2 and 3. When we get down in here into 4 and 5, 2 really exceptional females again. Like I said, I think I'm just going to go with the one, maybe just a little bit more center body in this female compared to the one behind her. One that you really appreciate just for the broodiness that she brings. She just loses a little bit of size and scale compared to the females above her, but a really good female there in 4th. And then we round out this top 5 with the ultra feminine female of the group. One that you just love to look at from the side. Pretty as a picture on the profile. Just losing some overall size compared to the females above her.
Placing on the fitted February ULAM class, first place goes to entry 159, Cassandra Knudsen, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, with Knudsen 25-33, Rose. Second place to entry 160, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with Van Grow Livestock, VGRL 2503. Third place to 164, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, 4 to 133, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to 158, Savannah Bailey of Casco, Wisconsin. Placing on the white Dorper yearling U class. First place goes to entry number 172, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown 1025. Second to 164, Keelan Seagraves, Salam Springs, Arkansas, with Coyote Creek Farms 2420. Third place to 176, Keelan Seagraves, Salone Springs, Arkansas. 4 to 163, Rylan Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. And fifth place to 165, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Placing on the Suffolk, Slickshorn, March, and later U Lamb class, first place goes to 175, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, with Maple Leaf 2526. Second place to 173, Clint Verhage, Plymouth, Indiana, with PL Gage 3430. Third to entry number 170, Logan Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Fourth place
Another really nice set of white Dorper females here. One that we're going to start with, just a really big-bodied kind of female. I mean, she's just pretty hard to get around in terms of just overall muscle and mass, but she still holds it together in a really unique, just feminine package, and I really like that female. I just really gravitate to her to start this class with. As we move into second, got another one of those females, just a lot of muscle in this sheep and just really well put together in overall design. Where I struggle with this one is I just don't think her neck connection, or excuse me, her shoulder neck connection is put together quite as well as the female in front of her, but I think that's a really nice female in her own right. Still holds it together in a really just feminine package. As we move into the third ewe here, the ultra feminine ewe of the group, one that I think just loses some of that just overall size and capacity and muscle that the sheep above her do, but where she loses that, she gains it in overall length of body compared to the females in front of her. I think she just really slides in that third hole really nice, and I think that's going to be a nice sheep for this young lady. As we move into the females here in 4 and 5, it's really more about just kind of finding those complete pieces to round out this top 5, those females that they're just sound and square, have enough muscle to make it, and I think those are really good females right there. Like I said, just lose some of that overall length and balance compared to the sheep above them, in my opinion, but a really nice set of females all the way through.
Placing on the slick-shorn March and later-born ewe lambs for this suffix. First place goes to entry 175, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, with Maple Leaf 2526. Second place to 173, Clint Verhage, Plymouth, Indiana, with PL Gage 3430. Third place to entry 170, Logan Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to 169, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5 to 168, Ella Buells, Bremen, Indiana. Placing on the class of fitted March and later ewe lambs for the suffix. First place to entry 181, Savannah Bailey, Costco, Wisconsin, with Bailey's Pasture 2523. Second place to 179, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with 5-star J 25101. Third to 180, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Fourth place to 178, Ella Buells, Bremen, Indiana. And 5 to 177, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlboro, Tennessee. Pardon me, Marlboro, Connecticut. Placing on the March and later ewe lambs, this is class 3 for the South Downs. First to 394, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with AJ Maddox 2550. Second place to entry 380, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Longenecker 2511. Third place to 400, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, 4 to 391, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to 389, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland. You have a Dorper one too? Placing on the White Dorper Junior Yearling U class, first place to 184, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Welty Dorpers 0061. Second place to entry 177, Lawson Bragg, Martin, Tennessee, with Barnes Livestock 748. Third to 186, Virginia Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. Fourth place to 182, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. And 5 to 45, Sawyer Williams, Bells, Tennessee. For the White Dorper Pair Yearling U class, placings are first place 192 Lawson Bragg, Martin, Tennessee. Second place to 191 Ryland Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. Third place to 190 Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth to 194 Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. And fifth to 55 Sawyer Williams, Bells, Tennessee. For the Suffolk show, our Slickshorn Junior Champion ewe was the first place animal out of the late Slickshorn January ewe lamb class. Entry 117, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris 25029. The reserve junior champion for the Slickshorns was out of the late February class. Entry 138, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, with Howe Farms 2599. for our fitted portion of the Suffolk Junior Show. Our fitted junior champion goes to entry 159 out of the February class, Cassandra Knudsen, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, with Knudsen 25-33 rows. The reserve fitted junior champion goes to our second place animal in that same February class, Felicity in Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with Van Grow Livestock VGRL 2503.
Top 5.
Following are the junior champion top 5 for the South Downs. First, out of the February 2 class, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Oldenburg 25024. Second, out of the January 2 class, Gavin Foff, Newark, Wisconsin, Schrock 2542. Third, out of the March 3 class, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Maddox 255U. Fourth, out of the February 1 class, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, Ellerbrock Purple 5. And fifth, out of the March 1 class of ewe lambs, 431, Samantha Williams, Mabel, Minnesota, with RDSS 2562. Now here are the results for the Southdown Junior bred and owned placings. First to 394, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Maddox 255U out of the third class of March ewe lambs. And reserve and reserve goes to 356 out of the February 1 class, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkins, Illinois, with Ellerbrock Purple 5.
Over here on the White Dorper side, I think I've got one female. To me, I just really like this female to win this class. Really long-bodied, really feminine kind of female. Just holds it all together in a nice package for me. Love the just the brood you aspect of her head and her just body capacity. And she's a pretty good place for me to gravitate to start this. I'll be real honest, I love this ewe in second in terms of looking at her from the side. She's as pretty as a picture when you get there. Where I get into a little bit concerned with her is, and it's just a personal thing, she is getting very minimal amount of pigmentation on that eye for me, and that's what's going to get her in that second hole for me right now. But overall, I really like this female. It's a really good, super long, very deep body kind of female. I think this young lady does an excellent job with her. This female here in third, one that maybe gets just a hair bit plainer in her design when you look at her from the side, but I think a really just ultra feminine kind of brood ewe kind of female when you look at her. One that is going to go out and definitely work in the pasture for any situation, just a really good sheep there to use in any program around the country. As we go into this ewe in 4, one that kind of follows that same type and kind. I think one that maybe just doesn't have the depth of body that the ewe in front of her carries, but I love the overall head and eye pigmentation on this female. That's a really good female there in 4th. And we just round out this top 5 with another really pretty kind of female, maybe one that just gets a little bit plainer in her overall look and design compared to the females above her. Just doesn't have quite as much to her in terms of when you get your hands on her.
For our Suffolk show, our overall champion Suffolk was our junior champion. Out of the late Slickshorn January ewe lamb class, entry 117, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Harris 25029. The reserve champion Slickshorn was our reserve junior champion, and that came from came on entry number 138 out of class late Slickshorn February ewe lambs. Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois, on Howe 2599. Placing on the class of White Dorper early fall ewe lambs, first to 199, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with TJB Binks Family Farm 1231. Second to 198, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with East Star Livestock 2522. Third place to 197, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Fourth place to 204, Hunter Stanville, Salam Springs, Arkansas. And 5 to 201, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. For our Suffolk show, our overall fitted champion, goes to our senior fitted champion. Out of the early fitted yearling U class, entry 83, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, with Van Grow VGRL 13. The reserve fitted champion is our fitted reserve senior champion from the fitted late yearling U class. Entry 77, Brixton Sullivan, Washington, Illinois, with Royer Farm 531.
I think another class where there's one female that really sorts herself to the top in this group for me really easy. Just really love the silhouette of this female when you look at her from the side. She really walks smooth around the ring when these kids can get her to move out there for you. She just really just nice design female. Love the front third extension on this female. And once you get your hands on her, I mean, just a lot of muscle packed in that female. Just really good ultra feminine female to start that class with. As we go in this one in second, I think one that kind of follows that type and kind in terms of just length of spine and femininity in the head, good eye pigment, just loses overall mass and capacity compared to the female in front of her, and that's where she just gets outran for me today. When we get to this female in third, one that just isn't quite as just bloomy compared to the sheep above her, one that I just like to go ahead and just add some just general shape to a little bit just to get her up any higher, but I think a really nice female right there. As we move into these females here into fourth and fifth, ones I just like to put a little bit more white Dorper breed type back into them. Just put a little bit more center body back into these sheep. Just kind of just make them look a little bit more Dorper type characteristic to them, but a good set of sheep all the way through.
In the Suffolk ring, we're now showing state flocks in the Suffolk ring. White Dorper late fall ewe lamb class, our placings are first to 209, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown 1049. Second to 207, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio, with Dorsets and Daylilies 514S. Third to 205, Lawson Bragg, Martin, Tennessee, 4 to 78, Kipton Ott, Cherubusco, Indiana, and 5 to 206, Emmylou Reinhardt, Logansport, Indiana. For our overall grand champion ewe for the Southdown show, our champion came out of the senior division, our senior champion, 105, Kieran Black, Grand Ridge, Illinois, with Black 176. Reserve came from the junior championship, 339, Brinley Kreitz. Kamar, Maryland, Oldenburg, 25024. Third overall went to Gavin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin, with Schrock 2542. Fourth overall, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with Maddox 2550. And fifth overall came from the February ewe lamb class, entry 356, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, Ellerbrock, purple 5. We're now ready for Southdown Market Lambs. For our Southdown bred and owned winner, our champion went to entry 394, Shaylee Maddox with Maddox 2550. And our reserve to 356, Cole Ellerbrock with Ellerbrock Purple 5.
As we get into this senior White Dorper division drive on the female side, I think a really good set of females up here. I think these kids need a round of applause for what they brought out today. And like I said, the work that's been put in to make a set of females like this, I know that's a tough thing to do. That being said, I think there's two out here. I think they came out of a class that I thought was just an exceptional deep-bodied set of females all the way through, and I just think they're pretty hard for me to get around today. For your champion and your reserve in that division, I'm going to use these two yearling ewes up here.
For our White Dorper, our champion went to our senior yearling U class winner, Mace Lambert of McLeod, Missouri, with Uptown 1025. The reserve was second in that senior yearling class, Kaylin Seagraves, Salon Springs, Arkansas, with Coyote 2420. Placing on the Oxford Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to Jaden Moneyheffer, entry number 1. Jaden's from Akron, Indiana, and that was on Leininger 5174. Open Dorper breeders, this is going to be your last opportunity to go check in. We have the following individuals that have not checked in: Callie Burwald, Hayden Tuttle, Whiteside Farms, Brady Cornelius, Taylor Graves. This is your last chance to go check in your registration papers. Taylor Graves, Brady Cornelius, Whiteside Farms, Hayden Tuttle, and Callie Burwald. Placing on the early junior Ram Lamb class for the Oxfords, first place goes to entry 2, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill 2503 Treaty. Second place to entry 3, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin, with EBFO 735 Dynamite. And third place to entry 6, Autumn Smiley, Stark, Missouri.
A really good class of white Dorper females out here. I'll be the first one to tell you on these top three. Sort these top three to whatever flavor you like, and I'm not going to argue with you too much on that, to be honest. I mean, it's really going to depend on your program and what you want to do. For me today, I just like the drive and the front end on this one that we've got up here to start this off with. Just super long spine, super feminine kind of female. One that, to me, I mean, she just keeps just popping herself up there in the front of that class, and I just don't see where I can move her out of that, in my opinion. I mean, super, really good white Dorper type quality female right there. This one in second, not taking anything away from her. Like I said, another one of those super long bodied, super just elegant all the way around when you evaluate this female. Probably a little bit heavier boned, and like I said, if that's something you want in your program, that's probably the sheep I'd gravitate to. For me, I think maybe she just gets a little bit more coarse in that front end compared to the female in front of her, and that's where she's going to lose out today. As we move into this female here in 3, super white Dorper type female. Love this one. Love the length of spine, love the depth of body on this sheep. To me, what sets her apart from the rest of them is when you start evaluating her right there, her pin set, she just wants to start getting a little loose on that dock compared to the ones above her. That's why she's in the 3rd hole. As we move into these sheep in 4 and 5, I think, again, really good females, ones that just are losing that just extra length of body that the sheep in front of them have. Really big, wide-sprung kind of females. Still appreciate them all the way around. Good class all the way through.
Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the Oxford Show, first place went to entry 7, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with Walpe, 0170. Second place to entry 9, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer, 2582. Third to entry 8, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, and 4 to entry 10, Suzanne Shields, Marion, Indiana. For the Oxford Show, our champion Ram goes to the first place late junior Ram Lamb, entry 7, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with Walpe, 0170. The reserve champion goes to the first place early junior Ram Lamb, entry number 2, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill, 2503 Treaty. Now ready to move into our yearling ewes. Placing on the Southdown Market Lamb class, first place went to 451, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 460, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Third to 455, Chloe Bills, Columbia City, Indiana. 4 to 459, Lindley Krieger, Washington, Indiana. And 5 to entry 461, Madison Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota. Placing on the White Dorper January ewe lamb class, first place goes to 217, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Day Livestock LLC 965. Second place to 96, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio, with East Star Livestock 2529. Third place to 220, Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry 213, Lawson Bragg, Martin, Tennessee. And 5th to 221, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. For the Southdown Futurity yearling ewes, in 10th place, Ainsley Porter, breeder was Riker Beckmeyer. 9th, Katie Drum, breeder Lexi Grace. 8th, Landry Krieger, breeder KDK Southdowns. 7th, Allie Brennan. The breeder was Forsey South Downs. 6th place, Jinsley Ball. Breeder was KDK South Downs. 5th, Carly Stiles. The breeder was Hudson Fleener. 4th, Wyatt Wersbecky. The breeder, Forsey South Downs. 3rd, Maddie Hogger. The breeder, Bo and Peyton Howe. 2nd, Charlotte Dill, and the breeder was Jaden and Drake Slutz. And 1st place, Henry Nielsen, and the breeder was Drew George. For early fall ewe lambs, in 10th place, we had Reagan Rovey, the breeder Elizabeth Weister. 9th, Katie Drum, Forsey South Downs, the breeder. 8th, Mitchell Brown, KDK South Downs, the breeder. 7th, Avery Loveday, Burns Stock Farm, the breeder. 6th, Ainsley Porter, Sheldy Pollard was the breeder. 5th, Allie Brennan, Forsey South Downs, the breeder. 4th, Abby Brown, KDK South Downs, the breeder. 3rd, Wyatt Wersbecky, Forsey South Downs, the breeder. 2nd, Ephraim Fowler, Forsey South Downs, the breeder. And 1st, Madison Dwyer, Troy Longenecker, the breeder. Late fall ewe lambs. In 3rd, Bailey Zuley. The breeder was Darlington Downs. 2nd, Kate Cordes. Breeder was KDK South Downs. And 1st, Drew George, Troy Longenecker, the breeder. For the January ewe lambs in 10th, Clyde Nielsen, the breeder Oldenburg Farms. 9th, Bella House, Ephraim Fowler, the breeder. 8th, Sarah Wilson, Forsey South Downs, the breeder. 7th, Charlotte Dill, Darlington Downs, the breeder. 6th, Emma Henson, Ephraim Fowler, the breeder. 5th, Wyatt Wersbecky, Forsey South Downs, the breeder. 4th, Kinley Tinney, Burns Stock Farm, the breeder. 3rd, Larkin Miller, Troy Longenecker, and Clayton Heisey, the breeders. 2nd, Henry Nielsen, Beckmeyer Brothers, the breeder. 1st, Sarah Dwyer, Jim and Matt Neeseth, the breeders. We'll catch the rest of them in a little while. In 5th place, in February ewe lambs, 10th place, Carla Pinkerton, the breeder Shaylee Maddox. 9th, Emily Hart, Scramlin South Downs, the breeder. 8th, Amelia Withington, Forsey South Downs, the breeder. 7th, Wyatt Wersbecky, Hudson Fleener, the breeder. 6th, Lila Schreiner, Bo and Peyton Howe, the breeder. 5th, Katie Drum, Lexi Grace, the breeder. 4th, Molly McCullough, Beckmeyer Brothers, the breeder. 3rd, Brooke Young, Canettle Livestock, the breeders. 2nd, Addison True, Bo and Peyton Howe, the breeder. And 1st, Jude Parker, Drew George, the breeder. For the March ewe lambs, 5th place, Corley Attesso, breeder was Forsey South Downs. 4th, Rylan Schreiner, Jim Davis, the breeder. 3rd, Evelyn Myers, Scramlin South Downs, the breeder. 2nd, Addison Trude, Jude Parker, the breeder. And 1st, Maddie Hogger, Jude Parker, the breeder. And for market lambs, in 3rd, Rylan Schreiner was 3rd, Bo and Peyton Howe, the breeders. 2nd, Leland Ging, Maddie Hogger, the breeder. And 1st place, Madison Dwyer, Jim and Matt Neeseth, the breeders.
Kind of some give and take over here on the White Dorper side of this. I think there's a female to me, though, that sorts herself pretty easy at the top of that group. Really big racked, just big muscle kind of female to start this off with. She's adequate in terms of femininity, and you appreciate the bone and the foot size on this sheep. And I think she's just a pretty easy way to sort up into the top of that class. We go into a year in a second, definitely a little bit greener in terms of her overall appearance. I think this sheep needs some more feed in terms of just overall condition to push her up any higher, but I think that's a nice female in her own right with a lot of depth of body and just good Dorper quality all the way around. As we get into this ewe here in 3rd, one that just shortens up in terms of just overall length for me. I think she just gets a little bit just kind of condensed in terms of her spine, especially when she gets on the move. That's just where that sheep kind of gravitates to me. The shoe here in fourth, I really like this one in terms of the side profile. Just a sheep that just isn't long enough body to me in terms of overall length, but I love the head shape on this female, and that's a nice female there in the 4-hole. As we get here into 5 and 6, just females that just lose some overall size compared to the females above them in terms of just skeletal size, condition-wise. I think they're doing well, and like I said, they're just really good quality females. Thank you.
For the National Junior Oxford Show, your best headed ram was entry number 13 from Suzanne Shields, Marion, Indiana, Shields Farm 0152. Placing on the White Dorper February ewe lamb class, first place goes to 225 Lawson Bragg, Martin, Tennessee, with Barnes Livestock 831. Second place to 226 Ryland Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma, with Deer Run RPN 25Y1. Third to 230 William Deering, Fraserburg, Ohio. Fourth to 228 Emmett Bragg, Martin, Tennessee. And fifth to 229 Phoebe Bragg, Martin, Tennessee. Placing on the Oxford Yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 29, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois, with Winning Ways Sheep Farm at 24-1939. And Lydia, with that U, is the winner of this year's National Yearling U Futurity for the Oxford Association. Second place to entry number 20, Bodie Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, with Niemeyer 2407. Third place to 21, Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. 4 to 22, Ava Dondlinger, West Lafayette, Indiana. 5 to 23, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. Placing on the slick-sheared yearling class for the Oxfords, first place goes to entry 31, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, with Edgewood Farm 24052.
I think another group of ewe lambs where you have a couple different types and kinds out here. I'm going to start with this one that's just a big package kind of female. She's just ready to go in this group in terms of just overall just carcass quality on this sheep, just really round about her overall design. She's got a big middle center to her, big bone. That's just a good little female to start this class off with. We go into this one here in a second. A female that maybe a little bit not quite as ready in terms of her overall design. She's just still green in her overall performance, but I think a female that you really appreciate for just overall depth of body that she does have in her. Like I said, to get this one a little bit heavier and a little bit more fed up, and I think she's going to really push and get in competition with that one there in first. This female here in third, one that just shortens up on her overall side compared to the females above her. Just one I'd like to lengthen out a little bit, just make her a little bit straighter across that spine to get her up any heavier in that class today, but I think a good female in her own right. This female here in four, one that I really like from the side, just shortens up in terms of her hip structure for me a little bit compared to the females above her. I just like to make her a little bit deeper in that hip just to make her contend any higher for me today. And then we round out with a really pretty packaged little female, one that is just cute as a button in terms of overall design, just losing overall size and capacity in this class.
Placing on the White Dorper March ewe lamb class, first place to 235, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6987H. Second place to 239, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee, with TJB Binks Family Farm 1389. Third place to 236, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. 4 to 238, Ella Wilkins, St. Paris, Ohio. And 5 to 234, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Placing on the White Dorper pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 242, Lawson Bragg, Martin, Tennessee. Second to 248, Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Third place to 243, Emmett Bragg, Martin, Tennessee. 4 to 247, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. And 5 to 244, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
Over here on the White Dorper side, let's give these kids a round of applause on this junior division. I think another exceptional set of females. Like I said, the quality on these females all day long has been really high quality all day, and I just commend the families and the kids and everyone that got these ready, and it's a lot of work to do that. That being said, I'm going to go out and I'm going to pick your champion and your reserve in this division. I think there's two that kind of fit what I'm looking for, and we'll bring them back in for the champion drive.
For the Oxford Senior U Lamb class, first place goes to entry 37, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois, with L. Poole 25-236. Second place to 38, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, with Winning Ways Sheep Farm 25-23.320. Third to 36, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. 4 to 34, Lydia Henry, Carrollton, Ohio. 5 to 33, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. And 6 to 35, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. For our White Dorper, our junior champion goes to entry 217 out of the January ewe lamb class, Briar Day of Marshfield, Missouri, with Day Livestock 965. The reserve goes to second place in that January class, entry 96, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio, with East Star Livestock 2529. For the Oxford show, our senior champion was our fitted yearling U class winner. Entry 29, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois, with Winning Ways Sheep Farm, 24-1939. The reserve was the Slick Shorn yearling U class winner, entry 31, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, with Edgewood Farm, 24052. Jeff, there was
Well, once again, I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to get to come out here and sort through your Dorper and White Dorper show today. It's quite an honor to get to sort through all these really good females and males that we got to sort through in this show today. And like I said, I mean, I think the qualities ran deep, and I think it's a great testament to what the Dorper breed is trying to strive to do and continue to do, and like push forward with just the exceptional set of sheep that we have out here today. And like I said, I just think that these are great representations of that. That being said, I think there's two females out here, in my opinion. I just think they're very top notch in terms of just being high quality white Dorper females, the kind that, I mean, you can go put back into flush programs and excel and do well with, and not taking anything away from this ewe lamb right here. But I think her days are still coming, but I just don't think she's here today. For me today, your champions are going to be your yearlings. I'm going to keep them together.
for our White Dorper show, our overall champion was the senior champion. Entry 172, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown 1025. And reserve champion was entry 164, Kaylin Seagroves, Salam Springs, Arkansas, with Coyote Creek 2420. placing on the white Dorper flock. First to entry 255, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second to 256, Rylan Nix, Carmen, Oklahoma. That does conclude our Dorper and white Dorper shows.